What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? I'm actually having a few technical difficulties today that I'm not really sure exactly what they are. So we'll see how it goes. But if things abruptly end at some point today, I'm not really sure what's up. I increased my RAM this morning. And when I fired the machine back up, things were just acting a little weird. I'm not really sure why. But, yeah, anyway, we'll see how it's going. So I ran a poll yesterday asking you guys what you wanted to do today. Flick, Blue Man, what's up? Dark Shadow, hello, hello. Anyway, so we are back on the live game, and we kind of wanted to look through. Now, the PTR is getting a big update this upcoming week, where a bunch of the runes and stuff are getting balanced, as there is definitely some imbalanced things going on. Yeah, I need to set my loot filter up. I need to do that before I get going here. Anyway, hoping I don't have any issues with stream today, but we'll have to see here. Like I said, just having some really weird technical difficulties. Actually, it looks like I already set it. Pop that on for now. And we'll do these for now as well. I did go through and clear out a bunch of my gear. Freed up some inventory. I got 300 spots. Basically, I went through and I kept like 2 sets of everything, and then of course as I get upgrades, and then just kept a few Arcanist tomes. And I think one of the area. Well, let's just look through the heroes here. We got the DPS Squire. My DPS Squire is staying the same. My Warden will stay the same. The Rogue, I'm actually going to want to get a better keep weapon. I've got this one, which unfortunately it's got that stability on it, which the stability is not really what I'm looking for. So I've got kind of a wasted passive. So I'd like to get a better version of that. You're going to want a Dragoon for the update, because one of the runes that pop gives you damage per projectile. And of course the Dragoon is more projectiles, so you get a big benefit out of that rune for single target damage. Now remember, this weapon pierces. So in a situation where you need pierce, like doing high endless waves or something like that, then this weapon will win. With the new rune even. But for straight single target DPS, you definitely are going to want a nice Dragoon. So I'm going to want to farm a better Dragoon. It's more projectiles per second, and meaning more procs from the new rune. I don't know why I kept that one, not at the speed cap. And then what else? Buff beams, I probably am not going to change. My Traptress, I got mixed emotions on. Now, one thing I do want to look at is harpoons are definitely going to be in a good way. And I think I could use a better harpoon set. Like, that piece doesn't have power as a passive. So I definitely want a better chest. Actually, that chest right there is probably a DPS gain. Let me look. What's going on, Cake? Archangel? Let's see, 963.9. Yeah, that's what? 40 million DPS gain. So that was a little DPS gain there. But that is a low roll. So I could get a better guard chest, better guard gloves. I don't have any better guard gloves, do I? I mean, that piece is slightly better, but actually it's not, because the passive rolls on the piece I'm using are so much higher. So that's not really a better piece. I do want to work on my poons, though. So I'm going to need some more... I need more power rate accessories. But harpoons are definitely in a good way with the runes on the PTR. Now, what else? Infernos I'll leave alone. This PDT Huntress I probably won't end up using. Let me look at the difference here. See, that gas trap is 8.36 meters. This one's 8.39, so almost no difference in the gas trap there. See, that one's 165,000 DPS without laying it down, of course. This one's 174. So my PDT Huntress, the explosives are going to be a little bit stronger. 355 charges on that one. Slightly more charges on this one. What is the stat differences? 12,086. 1286 and 75. Oh, well, there we go. There's the difference right there. It's slightly less range, but almost trivial amounts. So I think this Huntress, you know, of course we don't have a PDT right now. The Darkness Trap will be going away. I think that PDT Huntress is what I'm going to want to use. I am going to want an Apprentice Waller, too. Do I have an Apprentice Waller? I don't think I do. I think this is the one I was using on the PTR. Yeah, no gear. So that's another guard set. Jesus, man. The grind for guard gear is real. So I want full guard sets. In fact, maybe we'll work on that today. Where does the guard stuff drop? Let me see. Is this the image? Yeah. Let's see. Royal Gardens, Ancient Mines, and Tornado Highlands on the boots. It should be pretty easy to get. Royal Gardens, Ancient Mines, Tornado Highlands. I guess let's just go ahead and start off with the mines. I mean, what do we want to do? We got lots of options on things here in the mines. I think we can just go with a big old B build. But feel free to hop in and join me. Like I said, I'm back on the live game. Let me double check my loot filter one more time. Looks good. And we're going to do mixed mode, of course. Ancient Dragon, let's get it. And hopefully can get some nice pieces here. It'll be pretty easy to put together a fort set, you know? Because those are never really super ideal. Usually the sets are not usually super ideal pieces. Let's see, what do we want to do? Do we want a striking gemstone? I guess we can just throw some gas in. Just run around and screw off. Running around and screwing off is always the most fun option. We can go up in here. And we can just throw all our wisps in right here. Archangel is here. Congrats to This Is I. I don't know if he's watching, but he won the Halloween Spooktacular contest. 4 DU in 10 minutes. That's impressive. Busy slaying kids and COD. That's fair. You got to keep them in check there, Cakepone. Got to keep them in check. You can't let those COD kiddos get out of line, right? Let's move this back to here, and then we'll put that up here. Just dropped 75 kills in a game? Holy crap, dude. That's a beast. There's a lot of... I mean, there's always back and forth between PC and console players, but it seems like there's quite a bit of back and forth about the whole controller aim assist on the new COD. I tell you what, this map right here, you really notice that rogue rune for taking these copters out. The copters die so quick. I mean, not like they're living a real long time here, but, you know, you really notice the damage increase. Blue man is here. Controller players tend to stay prone with shotguns and snipers. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I'm definitely not the expert there, as I just haven't played any of those games in so long. In fact, on console, the only games, I think the only game I've played in like probably years is some sort of Dungeon Defenders game. Yeah, mixed mode is the best for loot. Survival for a challenge and for cosmetics. Mixed mode for loot. You can do it whenever you want, really. I personally, if I was starting over again, I would wait until I get my first Massacre Survival clear and then start looking at it. Oh, my, shit. I'm crashing. Yeah, I'm not sure what these technical difficulty issues are I'm having today, but there's something going on with my machine. Completely froze up. I'm not sure if you guys can even still... I'm assuming you can still see the stream. No, the only way to get that is from one of my live streams. I'm gonna have to force close this. And I can't even get Task Manager opened. This is quite a bummer here, y'all. Quite a bummer. I can see the window, but I can't get the Dungeon Defenders Awakened window to close. Yeah, dipping into like Ancient Mind Survival is usually the starting point for most players. So weird, whatever it is going on with my machine today. I do apologize here, y'all. I'm trying to get Dungeon Defenders closed, but... Yeah, I'm completely froze up here. Yeah, it started right after I installed new RAM. I'm assuming maybe there's a problem with the RAM. All right, there we go. Dungeon Defenders finally closed. I went from 32 to 64 gigs this morning. And right after I started doing that, like I'd have browser windows that were randomly like losing connection, and then Discord was starting and restopping, like a lot. Well, I mean, you'd think it wouldn't recognize it at all if they weren't in properly. I thought about that. Let's see. Come on, where you at, game? There it is. I think maybe that's what I'm going to have to do, though, is take them out and reinstall them. Let's see if we crash again, though. If it crashes again, then I'm going to have to do something right away. If that's the case, then I will probably stream either later tonight or tomorrow to make up for it. I guess let's try Ancient Mines again. I don't know if I'd bother joining me, because I think it's probably got a high probability of ending and crashing, but you're more than welcome to if you don't mind risking it. Let's see here. When I look, the system is recognizing the RAM, so I thought maybe that's not the issue, but I don't know, you know? But we will find out here shortly. Like I said, hopefully I don't crash again, but... Shoot, now did my loot filter save? Looks like it did, yeah. Quite the bummer here if today's stream don't work out. It's weird with Discord, Oh yeah, that was right. With Discord starting and restopping, when I had, I looked and my audio properties had been reset. So I went and refixed my audio properties, and everything was fine. But yeah, hopefully we're all good here. Yeah, it was a full set. It's four sticks, all the same thing. Same speed, same everything. But let's find out here. But yeah, the machine has definitely been acting suspect. That is for sure. Yeah, all my drivers are up to date. Well, I mean, it almost has to be something associated with the RAM, because everything was running fine until I installed the RAM, you know. I would hate to have to pull it back out, but, I mean, that is a possibility. It would be a really crappy possibility, but it is a possibility. Yeah, I didn't go through and look at the BIOS, so something could be off there in the BIOS for sure. I mean, to be honest with you, I think I got it set to automatically select the speed. Thought, but maybe not. But let's see how it goes. Hopefully no more catastrophes here. Hopefully. Well, it's the same RAM, basically, that I had in there before. I just went from 4 8 gig sticks to 4 or 16 gig sticks. I mean, it's even the same brand. Same speed, same everything. But, I mean, I've had issues with RAM in the past, like brand new RAM. So, I mean, it's always possible there's an issue there, too. It's probably actually the only system component that I've really had issues with over the years. You know? Your BIOS, it set the speed lower than the RAM capability for some reason. Yeah, I'll have to check that. I didn't go through the BIOS stuff. I mean, I'm hoping I make it through here, but I mean, the issues have been popping up quite consistently, so. Gotten bad sticks in the same package before? Yeah, I have as well. I probably need to replace this motherboard at some point too. Back last year, we were still in the height of awful GPU prices, and my GPU went out, and I couldn't find a GPU for a reasonable price that was worth a shit at all. So I ended up buying a pre-built machine just for the GPU that was in it. And I'm using that machine still, but it's got a mediocre motherboard. Tips for the final Lycan test. A lot of people say it's easier to do on the Warden. I personally think it's easier on the Rogue, but it did take a bunch of tries. It was not like the other ones where you just knocked it out. Tried landing and you got yeeted. It happens, it happens. Yeah, getting a good guard set should be really easy. For a Waller, that is. I haven't started on the Summoner gear yet, but yeah, that's one of the things added to the list. In the current state of the game, the only thing I really would care about prioritizing would be getting fused spiders. Oh, is that why people were saying it was easier on the Warden because of cheesery? Some kind of cheddar? I didn't realize. I really want Sirens to be good, but just in the current state, they're just not fantastic. That balance, the balance update next week will definitely change a lot. So we'll have to go back through and really relook at everything. Oh wow, you could mushroom him and half health him before planting the lure. That's a little OP. Whenever you go from PTR to the live build, it makes you sad. Well, I mean, don't be though, because remember, you can the time you spend now on the live build, you can use. Oh, and there we go. We crashed again. Now that was an actual Unreal crash this time, and not my system. I'm getting access violations. I got an Unreal access violation. All right, so here's what I'm going to do, y'all. This is obviously not going to work. So I am going to, what time is it? It's 3 o'clock, or 2:20. I'm going to shut my computer down, pull the old RAM back out, and then fire everything back up. And I will be back in live here in a bit. It's got to be something to do with the new memory. So I hate to do that, but I feel like that's probably my only option at this point. So I'm gonna shut everything down, yank out the new memory, throw the old memory back in, and then I'll be back. So it'll probably be, I don't know, 15 minutes or whatever. So give me a few minutes, and I will be right back here, y'all. All right. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Let's see. Hopefully that resolved my issue here today. We will find out here in a moment. All right, so let's try this one more time. 32 gigs of RAM less than a moment ago. One more try. Oops. Make it public. We're going to clear this Ancient Mines at some point today, y'all. That's just going to happen. Hopefully this is the one. I got 3 more DU. Oh, I didn't put a buff beam out there yet. That explains it. There we go. I was going to say, I got 3 more DU than I normally have. Let's see if this gets it. If everything works fine, I'm going to assume I got some bad memory. Which would just suck. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Ooh, Mage getting right on the core. Oh, wow. Did you guys see that? That Mage just zerged right through everything and went right to the core. All right, well. That's a rarity. Well, I guess we need to throw reflect beams on. Yeah, I saw the Mage running in. I just couldn't get it killed quick enough, but completely immune to that gas trap. Oh, that mage was a RAM issue, but a whole different kind of ramming. I'll just get one less wisp, and we'll throw reflect beams in. That way we don't have to worry about that. I don't think... I mean, I've had mage issues, gen buff mages on many maps, but I don't think I've ever had a problem here. What did I do differently? Well, I've been going gas and... Oh, hold on. I got too many wisps. I didn't even put the other R set in yet. Yeah, that'd be a problem. There we go. And then we'll go one less wisp. And then we'll go... like that, just to be safe. Thanks here, Kate. Old memory for the win, maybe. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if the old stuff is working fine. I just upgraded my RAM this morning, IHOPS. I went from 32 to 64, and the second I fired my computer back up, I started having issues all day. Like, I was having issues with Discord, I was having issues with just a web browser. And then when I fired up the game started crashing. Or it wasn't even crashing, it was just hard freezing. So yeah, I had to stop the stream, throw my old RAM back in, fire it all back up. So now I'm back with the old stuff again. I mean, and to be fair too, I have had issues with RAM on this machine. So it could be something with the RAM slots themselves or something on the motherboard. Some sort of motherboard issue. Later on tonight after stream, I'll clean everything out real good, put the new RAM back in, and run a RAM diagnostics and see what Windows has to say. Yeah, it was very weird. Another thing I noticed, which I've never noticed before, and it may have always been there, but, you know, I stream to a lot of different places. So I've got a lot of different scenes set up in OBS. And every different scene you have for your, like your overlays and your notifications and stuff like that is a browser source. Well, since I was having RAM issues, I was looking at the task manager a bunch, and I noticed that even though all of those browser sources are closed for all the different scenes I have set up in OBS, it had OBS using a ton of memory, and all of those scenes were all showing in the task manager, even though none of them were closed. I mean, even all those browser sources were closed. And there's a setting in OBS to shut down browser source when not visible. And I've checked that too, and I've got that checked on everything. So I don't know. That was just, it seemed, and it may have, like I said, it may always have been that way. And I just haven't noticed. But I just thought that was kind of weird. The whole point of shutting down the browser sources when not visible is so you don't have any sort of system drains, you know? Well, I don't want to jinx things, but it seems like things are running a lot better with this old RAM back in, though. So that's telling me something entirely different. Yeah, could just be a bad stick of RAM, indeed. I mean, it's so common, you know. The last time, in fact, when I went from, this machine shipped with two 8 gig sticks, but it has 4 slots. So I ordered 2 more 8 gig sticks, and those came bad from the factory. I had to send them back and get 2 freshies. It just, RAM is just always an issue, it seems. Feels like to me. Oh, failed jump for the loss. Should give downloading it a try. Download some RAM. Get quite the scenic flight view on this map. You downloaded a 4090? Downloaded a picture of it, maybe, huh? I looked at the prices on those last night. It's like, holy shit. Those things are pricey. I'm using a 3060 Ti right now, so, I mean, obviously that's not top of the line at all, but it's good enough for my purposes. But I was looking at some of the prices of some of the other ones. It's like, good God. Makes you almost want to go console. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, a PS5. You can get 2 PS5s. Or you could get a PS5 and an Xbox Series X for the price of a not even top-end GPU. Just like a number 2 or a number 3 slot GPU. It's just crazy. Absolutely crazy. It all makes me wish I would have bought that 3080 when they first came out. When 3080s launched, y'all, I know some of y'all have heard this story. When 3080s launched, I stayed up all night, sitting there ready to click the buy now button. And I got one reserved in my name, but they wouldn't deliver it. And I had to go to a Best Buy in Portland to pick it up, which is like 2 hours away. But the 3080 launch price was like $399. But I would have had to have driven like 2 hours to Portland to pick it up. So I saw that and I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like driving to Portland. I'll just get one here in a few weeks. And then a few weeks turned into a few years before there was any available again. And then the $399 was more like, what, they're probably like $900 now. $800, $900 at least. So I could have got a 3080 on launch day for $399 if I would have drove to Best Buy in Portland. Yeah, I mean, you don't need... That's the thing, is 99% of players in the world, especially if you're playing at 1080p, you just do not need a super high-end graphics card. You know? You just don't. You know, 1080p with the games that are available today, I mean, there's, like you said, a RX 580 will run it just fine. Well, that's the thing. I mean, a 580 will still get you 100 frames per second and just tons and tons of games, you know, if you're at 1080p. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you got to have a higher refresh rate monitor to get over 60. But, yeah, in most games, I mean, you just don't need a super high-end GPU, but it's comes down to that, and besides just the frame rate, visually, what's ticking. And I know that there's, you know, a lot of people that will dispute this, but I'm a firm believer that you can actually feel frame rate. You can, like, you'll see 100 frames per second with one GPU, and then you see 100 frames per second with another GPU, and it feels super, super smooth. You know, once you feel that smoothness in a game, it's really hard to want to give it up. You know? Oh, for sure. That's the exact same setup I have, IHOPS. I got two 144s and a 60. The only thing I ever put on the 60 is usually Netflix. Discord and Notepad++. That's fair. I usually try not to keep Discord open on a monitor. I mean, it's always running, but it's usually minimized, because if not, I'll end up getting into conversations all day long, and then I won't get anything done. I spend a lot of time in front of my computer, but I mean, a lot of it is editing and processing and doing rando stuff and getting you the 7900 XTX. Nice. I would love to get a newer, higher end machine, even though this one's not very old, but it's just such a big investment, you know? And you know, I can never really afford to buy a whole new, upgraded, badass machine. For me, it's almost always piecing it out, getting one piece at a time, you know? All right, come on, where you at, guard piece? There they are. Trash roll. Imagine that. Imagine that. Well, see, that's the thing, is I put my machines through such a beating that I couldn't go 3 years without replacing a GPU or replacing a hard drive or replacing a motherboard or whatever. My machines get seriously beat. And GPUs, you know, I mean, video rendering with GPUs is completely the way to go, but God, man, does it really put a stress on that GPU. Shoot, was that 4? Nah, that's fine. I think I had a 2 over here, too. Oh, I only had 2 here. That's right. Good enough. I mean, that will run lots of games. It's definitely not a modern GPU at all. But that will still run most games. It's not going to run things with peak performance, but it will run just about everything out there. I mean, I can't imagine there's going to be any games that you won't be able to play if that's the GPU you're running. But, yeah, I mean, you're going to be able to play anything you want. I think those are very, very comparable. A 1060 and a RX 580. It's the smart upgrade system, Jimmy. You got to turn it on in your options, and then just don't target anything. Target right next to the stuff. I think a 580 was benchmarked like slightly higher than a 1060. But yeah, I mean, for DDA, it's going to run it. You're just going to have to turn some of the settings down. I mean, it'll run anything. You just got to turn some of the settings down. I tell you where DDA runs really, really good, though, is on the PlayStation, man. I bet on the PS5 that thing runs like crazy good. Yeah, I have no issue. I mean, I know quite a few people using 1060s. And it doesn't even have the the next gen console update, like the graphics settings and all that stuff. I imagine, assuming that update comes, DDA runs good on a Steam Deck. I just don't know, man. I just don't. It's tough to go from 144 frames to 60 frames. Well, you're not actually getting epic settings, Harrison. And you're not getting 220 FPS if you're on a 144 Hz monitor either. DDA, the graphics settings are very, very wonky and partially non-functional. I mean, let's be honest here. I absolutely adore the games, but they are not they're not like masterpieces of engineering by any means. Let's rogue it up here. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a 1060. There you are. I mean, you never even use your machine, so it would be worth nothing for you to invest $1 bazillion into a high-end graphics card, considering you can't even remember where your PC is sitting right now. Is that thing plugged in somewhere? I can tell the difference between 60 and 100 on most games. I mean, I probably wouldn't say that for every game, but for most games, I can tell the difference between 60 and 100 for sure. Four is the cap on a gemstone. Yeah, I couldn't imagine going from a 240 hertz to a 60 hertz. I use 144 hertz monitors, but I also record. I record at 120 frames per second. And then I render it down to 60 frames per second for YouTube to try to make the videos look smoother. Massive video files. But so I don't really have, other than for personal use, I don't really have a purpose for a 240 yet. Hopefully one day. You know, not everybody, but so many people use post-processing for DD1. I can't do it, personally. I just think the game looks so much better with that off. It's quite blinding, DD1 is, if you turn post-processing on. Well, that's the thing, is those studies are not studying a group of gamers. Those studies are checking with a group of normies that like watch Netflix, and then that's it. And on their size screen that they're using, they can't tell the difference between 720 and 1080. That's the issue with those studies. Any studies on your visual response between frame rates or between resolutions are almost always handpicked. The people are, you know? And that's why there's so many different opinions of it. Like, literally everyone's got a different opinion. You know, you look up some websites, it gives you the whole 28 that people's eyes can't see past 128 or whatever. The hell was that? I mean, it had to have been a siren, right? I tell you what, man, I would love to play a good Pokemon game again, and I never got into Pokemon a lot. The only reason I played Pokemon games at all back in the day is because my son was really into it, you know? I've had a lot of people tell me about Temtem. It's weird too. Temtem has got such mixed reviews on all the sites. But if you talk to people who actually either play it or have played it, like, they all love it. Ooh. Guess I should look at the screen at some point today, huh? Monster Sanctuary. I haven't checked that one out either. I tell you what I really, really enjoyed. And it's too vanilla. It's way too vanilla for it to be its own standalone game. But you guys know the pet battle system in World of Warcraft? I had so much fun with that. And part of it I enjoyed was going out and farming all of the farming up the pets and then ranking up in that pet battle system. But with that, a big part of the allure was going out and collecting these things too. And I'm not sure I'd get that same level of gratification out of any of the current games. But I enjoyed that quite a bit. Where are them gloves? Another trash pair of gloves. Could probably build something a little quicker here, maybe, huh? What's the runtime been? 11? I guess that's not terrible. Let's go again. Well, I'm looking for a guard set for, oh shit. God damn it. I'm looking for a guard set for my, Apprentice Waller, too. So I need a fort set. I mean, guard sets are such hot items, you know? They're just such hot items. You preferred Monster Sanctuary to Temtem? Yeah, that gets the benefit of Game Pass, too. Because I do, you know, my wife is a big Xbox player. So we've got the Ultimate Game Pass, so I can use it on PC as well. Yeah, this is the live version of the game. Guess really that would probably be the play, is to sit here and apprentice boost this out, huh? Oops. 5 DU buff beam. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. We got extra DU. So, do I have an apprentice with me? Let me grab my boosty apprentice. Oh man, my loot filter looks wrecked. I got a bunch of junk in my bag. Oh, Aramir's already here boosting. I could bust out my summoner. Oh, wait. Not yet. Not yet. I got a gemstone here. I do. We'll go with this one instead. I went through my loot filter, but I think I missed some. Or no, I've got all accessories. And that was just a trash accessory that dropped. Yeah, I could go Warden. Want to see if 287 is going to tower boost. All right. Well, you know, I hate to say it, but I think it might be a safe bet that that new RAM was trash, huh? Because we've been back live for 35 minutes now. You want either the Smasher from the Keep or the Slicer from the Throne Room. Either of those. Yeah, at least one stick. Like I said, I'll play around with it again tonight and see, run like a full memory diagnostics and check it out and see if it's crashing. Always such a pain in the butt to try to return this stuff. Because the companies all just assume you're a complete dumbass that has never installed memory before and did it wrong. And it's like you gotta deal with all that. You gotta deal with all that nonsense. And then eventually they say, okay. I'm gonna switch over to a Warden here. We'll get some little bomber damage going off too. I've actually had really, really good luck historically with PC components. Like, I've almost never had an issue with a motherboard, a GPU, RAM, anything. But the last 2 times I've gotten RAM, this time and the time before, I've had issues with it. The Summoner is going to be such an incredible tower booster. I absolutely cannot wait for that. Oh, I'm sure you're going to see quite a bit of that, Adaptive Ape. I've done all the bosses, except the Keep with the Summoner Pet DPS. I'll make videos of all those, but I'm waiting. I was planning on putting out a different build video every day from the PTR. But there's quite a few things that are imbalanced, and we'll be getting the Nerf bat swung on them pretty heavily this upcoming week. So I've been waiting for that update to come so we can look back, reevaluate how good things really are, you know? It's not. The bosses die fast, but they don't die faster than a Spinning Steel Squire when you're playing solo. Yeah, no point in doing it, you know? It's just going to be completely irrelevant. This update next week should be closer to final balance. Of course, there'll be changes all the way up until it launches, but this next update should be a lot closer. I'm curious to see what all they do. Well, they definitely won't remove the pet buff, but it might be dialed back a little bit. I mean, they won't remove anything, I don't think, but they might tone it down a notch, you know? God damn it, I just did it again. Not looking. No, luckily we're at the end of the wave. I don't think there will be major changes to it, to be honest, Robert. I think there will be tweaks. But, like, they're not going to completely redo Overlord mode, you know? He'll make tweaks to what's currently there. I think functionally it's fine. The problem is the move minions. It feels really clunky to me. And, I mean, compared to DD1, it's, like, majorly clunky. But I had no problem with, like, building it, using it to build with it and everything. He said he's changing the move feature a bit. That's a good thing. There's no real solid guess, but I would assume maybe, like, mid-January or February. Or you said what, not when. As far as what, I have no idea. I hope it's not a DPS only hero, but it could quite possibly be. Repair and upgrade has your cursor off screen? Huh. That's weird. I haven't heard that one. I get that too when I'm running a ton of windows on the same monitor. Like, you know, of course I would never dream of AFKing through any of the games, you know, but there is times where I have DD1 and DDA open at the same time. And when I do that, when I have DDA and DD1 open at the same time on the same monitor, because I always have them on the same monitor, because, I mean, if you're AFK enough where you can run two games at once, and you know you got Netflix going on another monitor. It's just how it is, you know? So, like, I'll have DD1 and DDA open on one monitor, and then I'll have Netflix or something going on another monitor. But when I do that, I get that. When you hit repair or upgrade or whatever, you lose, real easy to lose your cursor off the screen. What's going on, Jose? How you doing? That'd be interesting. I would guess that would probably be a nightmare from an engineering perspective. I mean, what happens when you're playing solo, you know? Because there's a whole lot of people that prefer solo play. Well, there's a double fort piece. That's starter glove anyway, even though it's not all that great. Let's try it. Let's try it just one more. Just one more time. And then we'll move over to another map. It's weird. Nobody came along, huh? I think it booted everybody. Y'all get booted? Getting a hard time against Dragon Boss in solo mix mode? Well, I mean, the dragon's all about your build. The easiest thing to do there, assuming you're losing to ogres, is to just throw walls with strength drain R's and buff beams on them. And then there's the ogres, it'll buy you like minutes with an ogre sitting there smacking on a wall where you can just DPS the boss down. But it's all about your build. If your build is not holding, then don't prioritize the boss. Prioritize the ogres. And then once the ogres are clear, then run over and do a cycle on the boss. It's like when that map first came out in Nightmare, that's what we pretty much all had to do. You know, you would kill the ogres first, then switch over to the boss. But it'll get easier and easier too, you know. Because, you know, it's unfortunate, but let's be honest here. RNG hates us all. So, you're going to have to run it a bunch of times to get the loot you want. You know? And it will get to a point where it's super easy for you. That's one map, though, for sure, where once you get super confident and you're getting wins all the time on the map, you will get lazy and end up having random losses every now and then. It's like the more confident you are in, like, just not paying attention to the lanes when you're fighting the boss, etc., it's just a matter of time. Eventually, you're going to get a couple of losses mixed in. Just due to not paying attention. You know? Won't happen often, but it will definitely happen. Get him, little bomber, get him. I'm really looking forward to the Summoner, though. I mean, obviously, it's can jump in and play around with it on the PTR now, but you know, I don't want to like super grind a PTR and put a bazillion hours into it because none of the progress gets saved. So it's fun to toy around with, but definitely want it to hit the live game, you know? You get your 50 mages. That happens every now and then. It's a sight to see when you... It doesn't happen often. But when you get that big mage lane and they heal the ogres, it's pretty crazy watching them burn through it. I mean, they heal through an insane amount of damage. Guessing like around the beginning of December sketch. Just a guess, though. There's nothing confirmed. It's a big update, you know? There's a lot of system changes in this update, which means there's going to be lots of bugs, which means there's going to be lots of bugs that need to be fixed prior to going live. So it's going to take a minute, you know? Like, we got the update coming to the PTR this week, a balance update for it. I mean, it depends on when that update drops, but if that update doesn't get out to the end of the week, then they're definitely going to want another week of PTR testing. And then figure after the PTR is over, it'll be at a minimum 1 to 2 weeks before it goes live. I mean, 1 week is actually just not even realistic. But, I mean, it could possibly get out in 1 week, but just not very likely. Like, I think a minimum of 2 weeks is a pretty safe bet after the PTR ends. Well, that's the thing, is the balance patch will also... other things will be broken. Just the nature of game development. You know, change item B, item D that you didn't even touch is now different. You know? But this is the biggest update the game has had since it's launched, as far as actual, like, mechanical content or systems content changes. And I know that Phil gets help, but, I mean, let's be honest, Phil's a little bit of a one-man army to getting all this stuff done. Dude don't sleep. I can confirm that, because I talk to him all the time at 2, 3 in the morning his time. He doesn't get enough sleep. But yeah, it's got massive changes. I mean, the rune system is like an entire another level of potential bugs and issues, you know. I'm curious to see what gets I think it's pretty obvious what's going to get a little nerf. I'm curious to see what's going to get buffed with what's on the PTR. I kind of like the check just for comparison how indestructible walls are right now in the live game if you dump everything into them. You used buff beam and strength drain, all the stuff. I think the rogue devices in general just need to get buffed, not just the runes. The devices just don't do shit compared to just shooting. I mean, it's a little tickle of extra damage, but it's like trivial. You got something that's doing an extra 1 million a second or whatever when you're, you know, you got an enemy with 7 billion health. Like 1 million extra damage a second is like nothing. I mean, it's something to cycle through as you're playing, but those things need a big, big buff. And then, you know, of course, the runes on top of it. It's a double whammy. Now, the rogue is really good. Don't get me wrong, but all the power comes from just the regular shot and stacking irradiate. And it's all about irradiate. And those devices, I mean, you know, I use them every time they're up, but you're not getting a whole lot out of it. I think you get more out of the slow and the stun than you do anything else. The Inferno device is the highest damage output, but it's just nothing. Just a little tickle. I'm so bummed my RAM's not working. I mean, not that I'm going to see a massive difference between 32 gigs and 64 gigs. But I wanted to so bad. I don't know. I'll play with it later on. Armor reduction from Inferno is nice. Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, we've also got armor reduction that we're not even using or hardly ever use now. Like a few strength drain armor. You get the armor stripping going on. And it's just, you know, nobody even uses it now. I want to try that wall build, though, that I've been doing. I want to try that out later on the live game here and see how it compares. Obviously, we're not going to get the big booms at the walls because that all comes from the runes. But just the build itself seemed really, really stout. Yeah, right. Come on, be shiny. Shiny, shiny, damn you. Well, I mean, that's a slightly better double fort piece than I got a minute ago. So once again, I guess a step in the right direction. Let's move to a different map. So I'll remake the group. Feel free to rejoin though. Anybody that wants to. I just want to give anybody else an opportunity to hop in and get some runs going. But let's jump over to Royal Gardens is the chest, right? Pretty sure Royal Gardens is the chest. All right, Adaptive Ape, take it easy. You got a good pair of gloves? Nice, nice. I think I'll save those as a potential Waller set. Those super low roll and missing a passive, so we'll just trash that. See, 423 fort. Yeah, this pair is just way better with the passive roll. Fort and power, fort and rate. I mean, I'll keep them both for now, since I do have so much inventory space available. That one's a bit of a bummer. Junk. Range and power. I mean, that's super low rolls too, but I think I'll keep that for the moment. Just because once again, because I got a decent amount of inventory space at the moment. I think nothing else good dropping at all. Such a low roll. All right, so are my DSTs set up? Looks like they are. Why don't we do a little, the chest is Royal Gardens, I believe. Like, the chest is Royal Gardens, and then let me look at that pet situation. I mean, that's missing a stat, but that's a usable bomber. That's usable. Actually, I got plenty of usable bombers, so I'm not overly concerned with those. I only have one good Monkey King, though. He's equipped on my Squire right now. All right, yeah, let's go, let's head on over to the gardens, get a few runs in there. See, do we want to go Wisps, or... I think DSTs are a little faster, but Wisps are a little safer. So many Wisps. I mean, is there really much of a benefit than putting more than this? I mean, we're just not going to get a ton of effectiveness out of them. Let's get rid of one and be safer with the walls. Let's see, what do we got? We got an Aramir. I guess I'll go on the apprentice then. Aramir the mighty squire and Archangel the mighty monk. Get these upgrades in real quick. Well, don't know if there's anything real quick about this many wisps. I think that may be one of the main differences with the runtime, where the apprentice just runs faster. Like, I think you save like a full minute of that run just from the building and upgrading. Of course, you can get your upgrading done during the first wave too. Yeah, then the range on the DSTs, are tapping them right as they come out the doors. But you also, I mean, you have, with such fewer towers, I mean, it's half the number of towers. So with so fewer towers, you can get more upgrades in right up front. I mean, not that you have to worry about upgrading these throughout, but I think the DSTs are just a little quicker altogether. What are we in? Yeah, we're 3 minutes in, but I mean, that wasn't like I was doing any sort of super speedy build or anything there either. Archangel with the reflect beams of glory. Man, I hope that update, the PTR update, I really hope it drops early in the week. If it drops early in the week, I think we got a greater chance of the PTR only going for 1 week. If it drops later in the week, then the PTR is going to go a whole nother week, I would guess. I mean, obviously, there's lots of things to test and get fixed and everything else, but the bottom line is the quicker the PTR is over, the sooner it comes to the live game, right? I guess maybe not. Depends on how he updates it, because he could update Steam constantly throughout the PTR without any real issue. Hopefully get some nice shiny items here, though. These maps, like the non-boss maps, it's been a long time since I've gotten a really, really incredible piece for many of them. I mean, it's been a long time. One of these days. I mean, you put 6 bazillion hours into a game, eventually it's got to give you a good piece, right? Isn't that the dream anyway? At some point, the loot won't be complete garbage. I think I might break the cardinal rule on this one and just save up the loot for a few runs and then look at it. It's always nicer to see the loot laying on the ground. I don't know, I think that comes from DD1. Like anyone that played a lot of DD1, it's always such a rush running up to that ultimate plus piece or whatever that you know is laying right over there. And you don't know if it's any good. What's a plus? You know exactly what a plus is, IHOPS. Oh, you've never gotten a plus? Sure you have. No? Oh, but you will, IHOPS. You will. You'll get pluses for days. Your last one was a month ago? The cloud pets are just such a bummer. The damage output of them is just awful. Oh, damn, you having some luck with them there, huh, Archangel? I haven't done a armor farm run. I'm due again. I've been just doing them on that striking tree map lately to try to get the pet, too. I actually been grinding the pets more. I've been doing wave 32 starts on striking tree. Well, I mean, I've been doing nothing but grinding the PTR for the last 2 weeks. But you know what I mean. Before then. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You'll get a bunch of ultimate gear, IHOPS. Alright. I can't do it. Gotta see it. Trash bomber. Trash chest. Boo. The junk. Alright, better do it again. Is that what you got? You just found that piece, Aramir? Aramir with all his luck. Must be nice. Must be nice. Already got everything down. Yeah, I just don't even feel like we need all the stuff. You getting high stat bombers in Arcane Library? Or you're not getting high stat bombers in Arcane Library? Oops, I guess I should actually upgrade some stuff, huh? Well, the problem with helmets is even, I mean, unless you get just a ridiculous piece, the Arcanist gear just has better rolls. You know, the stat rolls are just so much higher. So, I mean, shy of getting like a 470 plus upgrade piece, like an Arcanist is almost always going to beat it. You know, like some heroes, I don't really care about the Arcanist as far as the first slot, like the EV, for example. I could care less. I just don't use fused proton beams other than just for memes, you know? What else is there? I mean, really, the Apprentice. Magic missiles are straight up memes, you know? Harpoon Squire. You know, you're not going to combine a Harpoon Squire with a Waller. So for the Squire, you don't need it. I mean, in all reality, the Warden, you don't need it. How many people are using their roots as an actual wall, you know? But those Arcanist stat rolls just make you use them anyway. If they add more Arcanists, I'm almost certain you're only going to be able to equip one of them. He's going to do something with it. He's not going to just roll out Arcanist pieces and have us rolling around with, you know, 4 or 5 fused defenses down the road. There's no way he's going to have that. In fact, the community, although it seems like it would be awfully convenient right now, that would seriously reduce everyone's gameplay time. And you would only do the Arcanist maps, you know? So I don't think Phil will take that route. I think it will be some sort of limitation into it, for sure. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what he does, of course, but... Probably move the rifting properties into the rune system, maybe. I like the current system of having targeted farming. You know, like right now, I need a guard chest. Well, what do you do for a guard chest? You go to Royal Gardens, you know? I like that aspect of it. I tell you what would take things next level as far as a min-maxer's perspective on the game. And that is making it so that if all summoners, people only have summoners out, that only armor drops. I think that would take min-maxing completely to the next level. And Phil seemed interested about that when it was mentioned to him when he was on DevStream, but if something like that ever happens, it would be way down the road, I think. What was that? It looked like you're not invincible to you. Oh, it's better every time in Arcane Library. I haven't farmed much Arcane Library, to be honest, for the bombers. So I don't have a frame of reference. Well, I mean, their original plan, I think, is gone. So, I mean, it could, to be honest, it could end up being anything, because none of the original plans are still going to be there. Targeted farming offhands. I mean, offhands drop like crazy now. I don't think there will ever be rifted or fusion offhands, though. I kind of agree, though. I think that more stuff will get shifted over to a rune-type system. Phil even mentioned a possible loot rune, where, like, if you're... I mean, he didn't go into any sort of specifics about his idea on it, but the way I pictured it is if you're looking for, say, boots, you pop in a boot rune, and then all the map drops as boots, or increases the chance of boots, or whatever the case, you know? I think a lot of the future of the game will probably get shifted over to the runes, the rune system. And I think since Bill was so involved with creating it from the ground up, he's going to understand the internal workings of it better than anybody else, you know? Oh yeah, gonna need more rune slots. I mean, it's gonna boil down to, we're gonna have to see what happens with this next update. Do people come back to the game? You know? Because if the player base stays around 70 or 80 players or whatever, it's just not going to be enough to support future development of the game. It needs to have more people playing it, you know? I mean, obviously, I don't know the financials, but... it's not a free-to-play game where you can just rely on the 1% or 10th of 1% that are whales that are going to throw money at the game, you know? So it needs players. It needs DLCs rolling into the game, more cosmetics coming in, or some way for people to spend money. And then the player base needs to go up. And really, to see DDA development years down the road, like super long term, it's just going to have to, the numbers are going to have to improve. I mean, I think that's just common sense, you know? I mean, I hope a bunch of people come back to the game, but I think all of the review bombs that the game got on Steam definitely didn't help things out. There's a large portion of players that look at reviews on Steam and take that as law, as that's how it is. Everyone who knows that Steam reviews are kind of a joke. But there's a large portion of the Steam community or Steam users that rely heavily on that review system. And like every game, I mean, there's a few games out there that are just absolutely incredible games that the reviews are all legit, super high on. You know, things like Terraria or Stardew Valley or whatever. And then there's absolutely terrible games out there that just have a legit crazy amount of really terrible reviews. But in general, there's so many fake reviews. You know, good and bad. Some games it makes them look better than they are. Other games it makes them look worse than they are. But I think the game needs fresh players. It's well worth $30. You know, is it the game we all hoped and dreamed it would be? Probably not in most cases. Is it worth playing? It's certainly worth $30. I mean, you're going to get way more than $30 worth of entertainment out of it, you know? And I think that's a big part of what a lot of people miss. All right, let's see you, you shiny mofo, you. What do we got here? We got a hat we'll never use. We got a trash tier bomber. We got a crappy ferry. Got a crappy... actually, that's a decent fort roll. And I'm looking for... You know, I want to get that fort set threaded together. So many wisps. It's just absurd. But yeah, man, I would love it if that PTR update comes like Monday or Tuesday and doesn't make us wait too long for it. I want to see what the rebalance is going to be, and then we're really going to know the things we're going to want to shoot for and pre-farm for or whatever prior to the update getting here. But on the same note, I mean, everything you pre-farm for... you're gonna end up burning through episode 2's update. And remember, the runes are not gonna be just free handed to us. That's gonna be a serious grind to get godly runes of all the things we want. It's gonna be a definite grind. So, I mean, how much do you grind now? I think I'm going to dip into some of that Coral Island and Harvestella a bit more over the next couple of weeks while we wait for the update to come. Reason for you to do the 100 rounds on each map? I mean, that's worth doing just for the cosmetics, you know? And you do make a bunch of gold on some of the maps, too. Been enjoying Bannerlord. Arc Knights has a big event going right now. I've been playing a lot of Arc Knights. And then Harvestella just launched a course. It's got pretty mixed reviews. And then Coral Island, I'm just itching to jump into. That game looks incredible. Bring Phil along, get all the fat loots. Fun pelting peasants in the head with arrows from the safety of a horse. I play DD2 when there's things to do in DD2, so we're waiting for the next DD2 update. Right now, there's just nothing to do in the game. Other than mindless grind. But I'll definitely be playing DD2 again when the Chaos 10 update hits. But until then, probably not so much. Just give us the loot already. What's the other one? Tornado Highlands is the other one. Stephen Lee, thank you so much. 45 months. Good Lord, man. Thank you an absolute ton. This one feels like it's running slow. 6 minutes in. This is not too terrible compared to the other runs. Yes, you need a guard set for spiders. Need a guard set for an apprentice waller. The apprentice waller will be super easy to put together, though. All about the guard gear, and then gonna have to grind out a few more Arcanosomes again. Hopefully get some decent stuff. Come on already, baddies. Used to grind the first Dungeon Defenders back in the day. Oh, yeah. Hell, man, there's stuff to do in that game today. That's why it's such a loved, legendary product, you know? I mean, they just had an update for that just a few weeks ago, Jake. I'm not sure if you got in and checked any of that stuff out, but... yeah, just had a big update. New maps. Got a Juicy Fruit pet in DD1 now. Well, I mean, I guess DD2 had several years where it was not getting updated. But DDA is still very much a product in development. Figured DD2 had, I want to say, 2 years of downtime. DDA had about 1 year of downtime. DD1, I mean, as far as official development from the company, it had like a decade of downtime. It's been all the community development team updating it. Figure, I mean, even DD2 is what? As far as early access dates, that's coming up on 10 years old. What, next year? I think next year in like February, it'll be 10 years from the first time I played it. It's getting pretty old as well. I'm making you feel so old. Oh, I hear ya. I hear ya. Well, I mean, I started playing Dungeon Defenders games when my son was... Shit, I can't remember how old he was. But now he's 8 years into the Navy and learning how to fly his third different plane. You know? And he was like a little kid when I started playing Dungeon Defenders. So yeah, I hear you. I hear you. It's a real... I tell you what the real bummer is. The real bummer is it's been all these years and we're still talking about the original game. Because there hasn't been a whole lot of competition. Orcs Must Die is the only... I mean, Sanctum was a competitor for a minute. But there's no sign of a Sanctum 3 coming anytime soon. If ever at all. You know? Their Coffee Stain's doing way too good on Satisfactory to bother messing around with a Sanctum game. Crappy. That was another... that was a low fort roll, though. Crappy there. Boo. Alright, one more, and then we'll switch it up again. That would be incredible. There was a rumor back, I want to say almost 2 years ago, that Epic was going to give Save the World back to the original developers and let them continue development on it. But I haven't heard anything else about that. Because remember, that wasn't originally an Epic game. Epic was the publisher. And they ended up acquiring it later, you know? But yeah, there was rumor that the original developers were going to get their hands on it again. But, I mean, I guess that was just a rumor. Because, I mean, it's been years and I haven't heard anything else like that about it. Can't beat the Dungeon Defender series. Even some of the new games are pretty boring to play nowadays. Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, there just hasn't been competition, you know? And that's the real crime, because well, I mean, you know, it's a very small genre, right? There's just not very many players that play action defense games. And as far as tower defense players go, it's just... they're all going to play balloons, you know? Like, everybody will dabble in a tower defense game, but everybody goes right back to balloons. And, I don't know. I mean, figure we used to have Dungeon Defenders, Orcs Must Die, and Sanctum. Iron Brigade was super fun. Oh, man, I got the ultimate tease at the last PAX. I didn't get to go, but I was watching a guy live stream it, walk through it, and there was a big, it looked like Iron Brigade 2 banner off in the distance. I got so excited when I see it, and as he walked closer to it, it was an entirely different game. It wasn't Iron Brigade 2 at all. I was like, oh, man. But yeah, that was a super fun game. You know, Iron Brigade 2 would be awesome. A Sanctum 3 would be awesome. And the thing Sanctum 3 would have is they got a whole lot of money right now from the success of Satisfactory. Satisfactory made a lot of money. So Coffee Stain Studios is sitting on a ton of cash. So they could do something really, really good with whatever their next game will be. I mean, it could be a big, big budget game. But there's just no sign of a Satisfactory 3. They said that they would love, or a Satisfactory 3, a Sanctum 3. You guys know what I meant. They get asked that in interviews all the time, and they always respond with they would love to do a Sanctum 3, but there's no plans to right now. You know? So it's one of those things that could happen down the road. But what else is there for tower defense? I mean, there's no up-and-coming tower defense games, action defense games. I mean, there's a bunch of indie ones, but there's no, like, higher quality, you know, like Sanctum quality or better. That Meet Your Maker game looks pretty cool, but that's not the same thing. I think that one will be a fun game to play, but it's definitely not an action defense game with RPG type elements, you know. I played Grounded a little bit. I played it with my wife. I'd like to play through it again at some point. It's the problem. I mean, how many times have you guys heard me say that? It's the problem with being addicted to a game or a franchise as grindy as Dungeon Defenders. There's so many games out there that look really awesome and I think I'd really enjoy. And then what do? I end up grinding Dungeon Defenders games for 12 hours that day. Well, it's big budget, you know? I mean, that's not how anyone starts. Breaking into the game development world. Games like that just require a budget. And no entry-level developers have that, or the majority don't, you know? But it comes down and around to, like, Save the World. I hate even calling it Save the World, right? But nobody knows what the hell I'm talking about if I call it Fortnite. Going for a guard chest piece right now, Christopher. And getting a little bomber on the side as a bonus. But Save the World was looking pretty profitable and had a really good future. But then Battle Royale got so wildly successful. I mean, it stings so bad for me because I was playing it. I mean, a lot of you guys don't remember that, but like when Save the World launched into early access, I was streaming that game to like 500 viewers. It was awesome. And then I remember the beta weekend. They put out this message to all players saying, hey, you know, there's this little thing we've been toying around with on the side. We're going to throw it out this weekend. Let us know what you guys think of it. And that was Battle Royale. And it completely you know, it completely changed the entire future of the game. I'm going to be doing videos on it all in the upcoming weeks here, Christopher. I think it's a pretty safe bet to get a couple of extra guard sets maybe squared away. Fusion sets, of course. But there's a big balance update coming to the testing build this upcoming week. And then as soon as that balance update is out and we can see what gets nerfed and what gets buffed, I'm going to put out a bunch of videos on things to prepare. Additionally, I'm going to get together with a couple of other of the higher end players and do a tier list for all the runes. Oh, Save the World was incredible. It was awesome. It's absolutely amazing game. It was so much fun. It still could be, but it's going to require a refocus, you know? I tried logging into it back a couple of months ago. They had some event or something going, and I was just completely lost with the additional systems and stuff they put into the game. That and knowing that it wasn't being actively worked on, that it was just like an event that they toggled on and off. So I didn't bother relearning any of the systems or anything. But the game was definitely fun as hell. Well, I mean, change your deck based on your needs. You want everything. I mean, there's no set deck that you would want to use all the time. I mean, you'll end up coming up with your own personal favorites that you lean towards. But, I mean, you're going to want every hero. That, I mean, they don't cost anything. You know, why would you not get them all? But, yeah, I mean, my deck changes 5 times a day. I do have a normal go-to. My normal go-to is a Squire Waller in DPS, a Wisp Warden, a Buff Beam EV, a Aura Monk, and then a Traptress with gas traps and gas traps and explosive. And then my 6th slot is open that I usually swap in a level characters on or whatever. But that's not the deck I'm using right now, you know, so I mean, it changes all the time. You want all the stuff and things. All the stuff and things. Yeah, that is such a bummer about Save the World, isn't it? Man. I tell you what, if they would have added, or if they would have took that existing game, you know, obviously they would have had to have finished the story and put some sort of an end game system in. But if they would have took that existing game and gave you a way to path the enemies properly without the whole sketchy pathing thing, man, that would have been just incredible. There is right now, but that's going to be going up in the next update as well there, Fab. But I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but there is a limit to the number you can have. And then, like I said, the next update hits, that's going up. Sitting here overcharging away and my buff's not up. Well, when the summoner hits, you're going to have more spots, is the thing. That's when the next update comes, with the summoner. So you'll be good to go when the summoner pops. I gotta test that. I'm not sure how many added. How many transmog slots it goes up to, but I know it increases. I'm in the same boat, though. My transmogs are all full on the live servers. I think a lot of people's are. Yeah, but I tell you what, save the world with Dungeon Defender style loot and like Orcs Must Die's flavor of passives or of pathing would have made incredible game. Well, I mean, it is my full-time job, but it doesn't pay the bills, so I work a part-time job as well. I drive for Uber. I mean, I put 60 hours a week into my YouTube and Twitch channels, but it doesn't keep the bills paid. So I do a bit of Uber driving on the side, and then, well, hopefully again next year. But like last year, I taught a craps dealer school at one of the local casinos, which was nice. It was a lot of hours, but it was real consistent pay, you know. Range and rate, no dice. Crappy bomber too. All right, let's just do one more, because I didn't really get even a usable piece out of this. I never put the traps up there. I don't think they're necessary, but I just like to have them. I'm hoping with some of the upcoming games, though, that I'll be able to make this more of a full-time job. You know, Diablo 4 will be a big opportunity for me. That Haunted Chocolatier game from the Stardew Valley maker will be a big opportunity for me. I thought Harvestella was going to be, but it ends up turning into a little bit of a flop, sadly. That Coral Island game, too, will be a good one for me to make some content of. I think the next game that I go absolutely ridiculous on, though, is probably going to be Diablo 4. I just can't see sleeping when that game launches. I'm just going to want to play it forever. All right, Jake, take it easy. Thanks for swinging by. Have a wonderful rest of your day. How much longer do we have? I got about another 90 minutes. We haven't gone that long. one more run here. After this one, we'll um, split the group up. Give anybody an opportunity to pop back in. As always, feel free to rejoin. This is Eyes here. This is I won that Halloween Spooktacular contest. I put that video up of his run. He did the Massacre Halloween Spooktacular map with 4DU. 4DU. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy. Hope we get a donkey in the next episode. The little demon lord kind of sucks, Antoine. It looks cool, but it's a terrible pet. I mean, it's just not in the top of pets at all. No, Wave 100, I did similar build, but I did a little more than kind of suck, yeah. I did separate aura stacks. I put an aura stack over there with an Enrager as well. And then an aura stack over here with an Enrager as well. And it basically spawn camped those two areas. And then aura stack down below, down there. And then I still had a bunch of wisps here though. I think people are going to be able to push to 100 real easy after this update. When that PTR update finally hits the live game, it's going to be super easy for people to get to 100. The Demon Lord pet, though, it's such a shame because it does look really cool. But it's just such a crappy pet. Is that a shock beam up there? I just noticed that. Shock beam getting it done. Use them shock beams while you can, y'all, because they are going away. This one feels like it's running super slow. They definitely won't be the best, but they'll be usable for sure. I mean, the best is going to come back down around to Little Bomber for range, Monkey King for melee. Just the two best. Monkey King is the highest. Oh, absolutely. Phil actually addressed that. He said that there's going to be some power creep in the while we wait for part 2 of the episode to come, and we're going to be blasting through everything. It's when they changed, they became that good when they changed the elemental resistances, Aramir. Same thing with gas traps. I mean, gas traps were always really good, but just a regular unfused gas trap just stuns it all up, you know? But the problem with the shock beam is, unless you got a bunch of Ford on them, they just burn so fast, even if you make big ones, you know? Especially with that many enemies just sitting in them like that. Yeah, the mobs just don't move now. I think that's what it was the resistances. Shouldn't do that. Keep the striking going over here. Oh, the shock beams are invincible now since they got buffed. Well, there you go. They're going away anyway. They will be gone as soon as this next update happens. I think it's a good trade, though. The new EV tower is pretty good. The R2-D2. The not a trash can Archangel. It does slightly resemble a trash can. Not gonna deny it. But it's got a nice R2-D2 vibe to him. Very nice R2-D2 vibe. So no really good loot so far today. I mean, I got 2 usable pieces for my apprentice Waller. So I'll be able to throw that together relatively quick, but... I know that apprentice wall rune is going to be getting nerfed. But god, man, I hope it doesn't get nerfed to the point of not worth, you know? That's my worry with all the stuff getting nerfed. Well, I mean, it's usable right now on live. You just have to spend for it, and the maps become slow. So that's, you know, like instantly, people will sit there and lose maps faster than they will to give in and do a wall build and put like an actual fused buff beam and a strength drain R on it. But the rune is a little bit on the OP side right now. A little. It's beast on the PTR, and it definitely is going to get dialed down. But I'm just hoping it doesn't get dialed down too far. There we go. There's actually my chest piece for my Waller. Very nice. Very nice. All right, let's pop out of here. I'm going to remake the group real quick, and I'm actually going to go make a little coffee here real quick as well. Like I said, feel free to rejoin y'all when I resume. But I'm going to go make a real quick coffee and take a leak. And we'll get into some more fun stuff here. But give me just a couple of minutes, y'all, and I will be right back. All right, I have returned. Is that the right button? Yeah, it is. So yeah, anyway, I kind of wanted to try a wall build. Something similar to what I was doing on the PTR and see how it holds up. The difference is is there won't be that big wall damage. But as far as the walls surviving, let me try a keep run real quick. Just for giggles. Or not a keep run. Let me do a summit run. I'm going to do just one real quick private here and see. Let's just see what happens. The new app walls are ridiculous, man. They're so good. But like what they need is you got to give them a strength drain aura. And then ideally a fused buff beam. No, this one is private. Just because I'm just testing something here. I don't know if it's going to work. But I'll be doing runs again here in just a minute. Do something like that. Let's get traps in there too. Just because, why not? Is that trap? Yeah, it's well in the buff beam. And I just want to see if those walls will survive. The ogres, you know, the ogre beatdown. Just throw like 2 on each, or 3 on each side. No, there's no cross save, or no cross platform play. I mean, that would be an awesome addition, but not something that's coming. Or not something that's there. I do plan on playing on the Xbox again, though, but my Xbox account, I need to get leveled up still. It's still... I don't even know where it's at. I think it might be in... It's either in Insane or in Nightmare. Let me get a few right here, too. I'll put like 4 on the barrel here. I mean, Xbox, I need to sink a couple of days into Xbox. Sink a couple of days into the grind, you know? I'm just... If I did public games, you all would have to carry me. You know, I'm just not capable of building the maps out. Let's see, we'll put a just in case right here, and we'll put a just in case right here. I'm not going to bother going with, this stuff is disposable. The main thing I want to see is if those walls down below will hold up. So let's get some gas traps too. It's a lot of DU left, huh? Something like that. I'm going to want a rogue in my deck for the boss. In fact, why don't we just rogue it up the whole time? And then I want to throw the upgrades into down here. I want to give these walls a fair shake at survival. So I'm going to upgrade those buff beams. And a few ups on the walls. RNG solidifier to level out the RNG, 2 cans of concentrated copium, and a dog costume. I think that all sounds very fair. I think that is a very fair list there, Thanlin. Alright, so on the PTR, thank you so much for subscribing there, JB Gaming. Appreciate it. On the PTR, these walls would last forever. Now, additionally, on the PTR, those walls would do massive damage back to the mobs. But in Ogre, it's just got no chance. And let's see. Ogre still has no chance. That wall health is barely moving. The copters are landing, though. Or at least one did. Anyway, we'll let those ogres beat up on the walls and not intervene at all, and then see what the walls are looking like, you know, when we get into the next wave. So I'll just stay on this side of the map, basically. Let that other side of the map do its own thing. I mean, if I see flyers coming in, of course I'll help the flyers, but the dog costume is a corgi version just for that fill RNG. That's fair. I mean, you know, if you're going to bring a dog costume, you got to make it a corgi. Phil has demanded the corgi. I want to go look at those walls so bad, but I just think that they're probably super healthy. I don't want to try the keep too now. And I'll bring a non-meta defense. Like, I'll get rid of the wisps and bring, like, harpoons. But, yeah, fused buff beam, strength drain aura on a wall. That wall is invincible. Look at that. It barely took any damage. 1.3 mil, and the max is 1.48. So it just barely took any damage at all. Well, this is a dedicated waller, so he's got a lot of fort. I mean, when you get into endgame gear, every waller is going to be at that. I actually took a bunch of fort away. The walls were higher. They were over 1 million tier 1. But it was too much, just unnecessary. So I ended up pulling a bunch of fort out and putting it into more power, because that's my DPS hero as well. So I put it in more attack. Or maybe I went more vitality. I don't remember, but I pulled fort out. Oh, I took fort off of my accessories is what I did. No. On my squire that built the blockades. Fortify is what makes walls healthier. But that squire is also a DPS squire. It's a hybrid. So I wanted to do more damage. So I took fort away from my accessories and put all health regen and mana regen accessories on. In fact, I think I still have one accessory I'm missing there. I've got one, but it's a transcendent. So just not very good. But yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say these walls are absolutely beast. And it's just because you got a strength drain aura and you've got a buff beam, a fused buff beam. So it's got 80% rift armor and 60% regular armor. So nothing's doing damage to those. Like, the only chance that they're going to get busted is if, like, an entire Zerg of enemies all went and hit it at the same time. Oh, I thought you were talking about the walls. Yeah, I got everything into vitality on my rogue. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the spike blockades. Give vitality on every piece. So I got vitality there, I got vitality there, and I got vitality there. So you want vitality on all your DPS pieces. It's not your fault. I misunderstood as well. But, I mean, without having points into vitality at all, I put everything into attack, and I'm still, you know, I just got vitality on every piece. But he lives forever because I also have that HP regen on every piece. So, homie don't die, you know? The only way he can die is if I get spidered and have multiple ogres slapping me at the same time. And then, ooh, don't shoot the ogres. I want to see what the walls do. In fact, let me just ignore that side of the map again. The problem with walls are not their effectiveness in the current live game. The problem with walls is they slow the run down too much. I mean, this is not going to be any record-breaking run here, you know? They fixed the keep? I don't know of any problems about the keep. The keep is a tough map to do. But that's not because anything's broken. It's just, it's the hardest map in the game, you know? I'm going to try that keep build next with harpoons. I wanted to play public games all day, but now I'm curious. Oh, yeah, on the first day of the PTR, it was crashing. That was hotfixed right away. He's not referring to that, though, I'm pretty sure. He's referring to something else. Well, I mean, it's RNG on that ogre. If that short lane over there gets an ogre and you're not prepared to deal with it, you're going to lose. That's normal, though. That's not a bug. No matter how good your build is, if you don't set that side up for the possibility of an ogre coming down that short lane, you're going to have random losses, no matter how strong you are and how good of a build you have. I can show you what I do. Well, I'm going to do that map next, so... It's a map that's got an RNG element that directly affects the difficulty. There's no issue with the bomb, as far as I'm aware, either. I mean, I'll show you. But there's not been any issues that I'm aware of with any of that stuff. I mean, on survival, the bomb stays lit up, but it's still usable. It's just a visual bug. A visual issue. Yeah, there's a countdown on the right side of the screen when it will be ready to use. That's the mechanic of it. You gotta wait for the bomb cooldown. You set the trap, and then you have to wait for the trap to set itself. And then once it's set, then you're GG's. I'm not a big fan of it, but I don't like shooting stuff on the ground. So, for me personally, I probably won't be using that mana bomb. I think if they would have added a rune in that turned mana bomb into a purity bomb, I'd probably use it. But, yeah, man, these walls are just not going to die. At all. Well, you got to go crack his shield first. That's the mechanic of the boss. You go and you break his shield, then you can set the trap. Then after you set the trap, you wait for it to pop. Or in most people's case, in the current state of the game, you set the trap and then you just burn the boss down and you ignore the bomb altogether. But that depends on what DPS characters you have set up. Oh shit. I keep shooting the ogres. It's just habit. I just want to let the ogres do their thing. Well, I mean, it's not a issue that anyone else is really reporting. As far as I know, they're stainless. So it's got to be something you're doing wrong. It can't be a you problem only. You know what I'm saying? Unless other people are having the issue and I'm just not aware of it. But I haven't heard anyone talking about that at all. Doesn't mean it's not the case, but... You're on Xbox, you said? Yeah, I mean, I'll ask around, but I haven't heard anyone mentioning an issue like that. Yeah, but I mean, something like that that's buggy is not going to happen every time. If it's happening every time, then it's either something deeper or a user error. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll show you how I do it and make sure you're doing the same thing or something similar. But like I said, I haven't heard of anyone having Xbox problems. But, like I said, it doesn't mean they're not there. But I haven't heard of that being an issue for anyone. My Xbox account, there's no way in hell I could clear the keep. So... There's no way for me to log in and test that. I mean, I do want to get that Xbox account squared away, but I just got to put the work in. Gots to put the work in. I could probably get there in like 2 days. Well, I mean, you need to report it to Chromatic, and they'll know whether or not that's a issue people are having. I haven't heard anybody talking about it, so I just innately think that you're doing something wrong. That doesn't mean you're actually doing anything wrong, but you got to report it to Chromatic. Go look at those lower, because you know those walls are getting pounded. There's ogres beating on it right now, in fact. I'm going to go down there and look at those walls after this is over. Damn you. I'm looking forward to going and spinning on this dragon, too. I don't feel like it's probably as effective as a Radiate, but it sure is fun getting up in his grill. Throwing the spin move on. Oh, I did lose something. I bet it was one of the walls up here, though, on this side of the map. I probably had a north side ogre. And nothing there right now. Or the skellies could have burned that wall. Assuming, yeah, that wall right there. It looked like there were skellies right on top of it. So maybe skellies burned that wall. But let's look at these walls. Just ignoring that wall through the entirety of the wave and then the boss. It's not even a half health. So, I mean, if you want to do wall builds, you can definitely do wall builds right now. What about this one? This one barely even got tickled. Almost lost our explosive trap. Right, let's try to get a better dragoon here. Nope, piece of junk. Ooh. Junky dragon, too. What about the mask? Is it mixed in? There it is. Yeah. Not terrible rolls, but just not what I need on it. No love at all. No gemstone either, huh? But yeah, I think walls are a thing, y'all. Man, what a POS, huh? Isn't that a bummer? No power at all. Okay, that was the one I said I wanted to keep for the fort roll on it. Man, that one's a bummer too. Hmm. Let me just get rid of the obvious stuff. We don't have to look at anything. Huh. Somehow filled a bunch of inventory spots. All right, now let's try that, the keep with wall builds and harpoons. So, certainly not a meta defense at all. See if it'll work. See how we want to do it. Hmm. I need to protect this one from two sides because the range mobs will throw at it. Let's go like that, and then we'll just throw 2, or do we go 3? I don't think we'll have enough for 3. Actually, we might. Let's go 3 harpoons. Something like that. Let's see how well it'll work. Oh, they're so rare. The Epic Frog, no doubt. I haven't seen a single one with, well, I guess I can't say that. I haven't seen a very good one that had, the correct passive rolls on it. I have seen all 4 stat ones. All right, that leaves me 70 for the inside. Oh, shit, I didn't put harpoons yet. I think I overbuilt. I'm going to have to tone it down somewhere. I don't think I'm going to have enough on the inside. Now, on the inside, I'm not going to have all these walls. So maybe I'll be all right. Maybe I'll be all right. We'll have to see here. All right, that leaves me 50, so that's actually not too bad. Let's see, do we want to do wall builds here? I think that's going to really chew away at the... Let's do this. Yeah, mixed mode is where you farm gear. That is the spot. Actually, you know what? I better wait on those. Let's get the gas traps, though. Where is the line for the auras? Right there? How are these overlapping like that? Because they shouldn't be hitting a buff beam. That is quite weird. Whatever. Let's see, and then we'll go... What, Poon... We'll go Poon Poon. No, I'm not actually using a giraffe. Well, giraffe wouldn't affect the range at all. A giraffe would only affect the amount of damage output. You don't get your set bonus until you place the stuff down. I'm assuming the set bonus is just making up enough to make them overlap like that. I think. Let's see. Let's go 2 DU there. I think we'll go 2 DU right there. And that gives us 1 DU here. And I guess, do I go with a gas trap or an explosive? I feel like I go with an explosive right here. All right. Now, I haven't tried this. This is a build that would work on the live server or on the PTR. But I have definitely not tried it at all. So this may end up just being a facepalm. All right. Will it work? See, we got an ogre on that wall. We got another ogre shooting down through the back. Let's get the backdoor ogre, but I'm going to leave that short... actually, he got owned. I was going to say, I'm going to leave that short ogre. We got another ogre over here, Captain Squabbles. And look at this. He's just not doing shit to that wall. He's swinging away. And he's not doing a damn thing to it. I'm just going to ignore him. These got chewed on a little bit, though. Don't want that. What about this wall? That wall is barely touched as well. Ogre dead yet? Alright. Oh, he got a friend. Alright, so they took it down to half health, but it's tier 1 too, remember. Brutus and Captain Squabbles got a little uppity there. I mean, it's a good, solid build. The only problem with the build is we're using so much DU on protecting that we don't have enough DU into DPS to burn the map down. So when you're grinding this map and you have to do the map 6 million times to get the items you want, of course your goal is to do it as fast as possible, right? Well, you lose that. You know? You lose that as fast as possible. You're just not going very fast. I mean, they're shredding now. Threw one upgrade on it, one on the buff beam. Same thing here. Give these a little love. But, I mean, the question was, are walls good enough, or are walls usable on the live game? And they absolutely are usable. But you have to do one of two things. Either set your walls down as dummies and prepare for them to be sacrificed, or give them the protection. I mean, look at DD1. You didn't have a wall build without a buff beam on it, and without a strength drain aura. And it's the exact same thing. in DDA, you know? Got some fused booties. They're probably junk. So optimistic on that ground loot. You do periodically get good ground loot on this map, but... See Ogre smackety smacking all day on that wall. As soon as these poons switch to him, they'll eventually burn him down. So many other mobs. But look how long that wall is surviving. And now that Ogre's got a friend. And look, the wall is just barely touched. Got two over here wailing away. So yeah, wall builds 100% will get the job done. Now what I need to try to do, it doesn't really, it's just trivial with the update coming, but what I need to do is put together a seriously low stat set and see how low you can be, you know, and still make it through. I mean, we got 3 ogres wailing on that one to get its health down. I'm not going to kill it. If it kills the wall, it kills the wall. I just want to see. I mean, that was 3 ogres. Here's a 4th now. Ruby the Destroyer coming in hot. I'm actually going to lose that gas trap before I lose that wall. That's crazy. Shit, that gas trap's going. Or no, that was the wall. I thought it was the gas trap. But, I mean, you see what kind of a beating it can take, you know? It'll just survive a really long time. But even with this build right here, well, I mean, you just buy so much time. You could literally cycle the boss 3-4 times, you know, if that's what you needed. Assuming everyone at least has any fusion weapon from any boss in the game, Irradiate's going to be proccing on the boss. You know, and Irradiate is so much DPS by itself. So there is no really true low DPS, you know? Because even the lowest DPS out there is still going to have Irradiate. And I mean, no, it's not going to be no Spinning Steel Squire by any means. But it's going to be comparable to Huntress DPS, or not even as good as Huntress DPS, really, but... Yeah, you need to complete Campaign Keep to unlock Survival. I mean, if that's the best you've done is Campaign Keep, and you're trying to do Massacre, Hardcore, the Keep, Lycan King, or Rifted, then you're probably suffering from delusions of grandeur. Oh, I did lose this wall. Alright, so this wall finally went down after all that beating. I mean, this is supposed to be the hardest map in the game. So if you jump through the entirety of Massacre content and Massacre gear and jump right to the hardest map in the game, I think expecting failure is probably the smartest thing. You know? You got to add that in there too. It's not, this is the end destination. This isn't where you start the journey, you know? But, I mean, shit, just letting it run that long and letting those ogres just build up on there and smack. And it took the entirety of that wave to burn this wall down. I don't even know how many ogres that was altogether, but clearly it was a shitload. Well, that's the thing, is campaign is not required for progression. You know? As someone who, when starting the game, would try to get to end game as fast as possible because I've gone through it so many times, so I know the route to take, I would never do the keep prior to survival, massacre survival. I mean, I would do it on campaign, obviously, to unlock massacre survival, but I sure as hell wouldn't do it on nightmare or insane or any of the other difficulties. It's just a time sink. Well, right, you would do the map once to unlock survival, but I would never do the map. I mean, I would already have Summit survival gear by the time I went around to trying to do the keep. Personally. But that would be in someone that's rushing to end game as fast as possible. And with Summit survival gear, actually Summit survival gear is completely way overkill. Ancient Mines survival gear, and you're clearing the keep campaign like it's nothing. All you need is a weapon from any other boss. No, you don't have to do Act 4 at all through any of the game. You only have to do it just to unlock survival. You gotta remember, Act 4 wasn't here when the game started. Your unlock requirement to get from Insane to Nightmare is level 70 and beat the Ancient Dragon. Your unlock requirement to get to Massacre is level 83 and beat the Nightmare Ancient Dragon. So Act 4 is not, it's an afterthought. I mean, people do it because they want 100% it, and that's fine. But as far as getting through the content, it's not required. Or expected, I don't think, from the game's design. No, none of the base game got changed at all when Act 4 came. None of the unlocks, nothing at all, got changed. I don't think it ever will, to be honest. It gives the perception of continued content after launch. So I don't know. I mean, maybe one day they'll change that, but I would be kind of surprised, to be honest. I'm just sitting here swinging around into the air. But I think it's safe to say that a wall build will still work on the live game right now before the buffs. And when the runes come, it gives walls real functionality besides just survival. So, I mean, there would not be any ogres on the walls. Even if they get nerfed into the ground, there's still going to be consistent damage coming up off the walls to the ogres that are there smacking them. So they're just going to get burned faster than what they just got burned. Because the harpoons, of course, are going to go through the target priorities first. Oops, there's no wisps up there. I was leading up to upgrade my wisps. Where you at, wisps? All right, come on, boss man. Let's see what you got. Oops, forgot to hit F. But here's the other deal. If you're having problems on Xbox, get yourself a spinning steel squire, and then you never hit the trap again anyway. You trigger it the first time to lure him in, and then you just sit here and face tank him and burn him down. So, spinning steel for the win. The keep not required. And you get the weapon from the throne room is just as good. Well, no, they do have damage, but the damage is ass. They don't have enough damage to burn through a big enemy like an ogre, but they do damage. You just see it did 6 million damage, so nothing. You know, even with all that time with ogres smacking them. Well, that one got killed. Let me look at this one. That one did 76,000 damage, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it does, now that time, this lane never got an ogre. So that's RNG. Well, the orcs never made it to the wall, is the thing. The only thing that makes it to the wall is the ogres. That one did 1.3 mil. So, I mean, just trivial amounts of damage. But with the runes, that number is going to go way, way up. And I mean way, way up. Well, just take, like, that spinning steel smasher right there. That'll work just fine. And I would have to take cast or stability mana over castrate. What a huge bummer, man. I mean, it's not really an upgrade anyway, because the rolls are low. That will be a fine trading piece. I'm probably going to give away a spinning steel set the day that trading happens. And maybe that will be the spinning steel giveaway item. That's a piece of poop. Piece of poop. I should have another fusion piece in here somewhere. There's one. Oh, it's a minor head. Boo. The Squire build is just what I just said. It's spinning steel. There's no builds in DDA anymore. I guess there is, kinda. But it's the set bonus. Spinning steel set bonus. I put cast rate on it, or I got cast rate on this just as a convenience when building or repairing. I would not, cast rate is not the preferred roll. You'd want something that's going to give you more damage, like percent damage. And then I went for attack rate in both slots on the shield. Because the weapon is super slow. So attack rate helps bump that up a little. And then you just want to get at least 10 of mana regen, or as close to 10 as you can, on your accessories. So I got 4 there, 5 there, and 3 there. And then I've got HP regen as the secondary. That way I got no problem staying alive. And then you keep the uptime up. Your spinning steel does a ton. It doesn't require a pet. So you bring a Monkey King. And just the Monkey King alone does disgusting amounts of damage. It hits 3 times a second. And once it ramps up, it's at 38 million damage per tick. So that's what, 90 and 24? 114 million DPS just out of the pet. Not including me at all. What's going on, Fakey? I'm doing good. So yeah, man, Spinning Steel Squire is just an absolute beast. It doesn't get a buff from runes. The Squire rune makes it so that your buff gives you increased crit, but crit only happens on melee swings. So, I mean, you get a little bit of a bonus, but it doesn't affect your Spinning Steel, and your Spinning Steel is where the big numbers are. See, mine's doing 95 mil per projectile, so 95 million times 5. What, almost 500 million damage every 5 seconds? It just gives you crazy, crazy DPS output. All right, what time are we at? We actually got a little bit of time here. So the other map is Tornado Highlands. Man, Do I have Highlands and any Highlands runs in me today? Is there... yeah, I guess let's do it. Let's do it. I'm so excited about running Tornado Highlands. Let's at least put a couple of runs in. Feel free to join if you wanna. I think we'll go a striking boost build here. We'll get rid of the Poons. We'll go back to my Overcharger. Can't remember the build I've been doing for this one, but I think it's something like this. Yeah, I just don't remember 100%. I mean, was I even going with a gas and a explodey here? Maybe. Actually, this feels kind of right. As far as what I had going on. Actually, it feels like we're a little heavy on DU. Like I was using 3 DU somewhere else. What do we want to do with the 3? Do we get a buff beam? Yeah, we got a buff beam there. I don't know. I don't think we need it. This is the build I was doing towards the end. I didn't put gas on that stack over there because I don't want the enemies slowing over there. I wanted, you know, because there's a secondary area that those enemies have to get to, so I didn't want them to get stunned back there. Augie, what's up, man? How you doing? So we're using a striking gemstone, of course, and we're going to park that on top of that aura stack. And then we'll go ham here. I guess we could put reflect beams here to protect our backside, but the deal with this map is the ogre spawns are almost always out of that same lane. I think even on mixed mode. I know on survival, ogres only come out of that one lane over there. I think that's the case on mixed mode too, but I'm not positive. What are you up to today, Augie? How's things? We actually got a big old winter storm coming in Washington here tonight. Yeah, just that one lane. I mean, it's not going to be terrible, but we're supposed to get like 6 inches of snow or something like that tonight. Not supposed to start snowing until 10. But yeah, it's supposed to pound it down all night. 6 inches isn't shit, though. You know, living in Lake Tahoe and then coming up here, it's like 6 inches is nothing. In Tahoe, we got snow, let me tell you. Wasn't abnormal in Tahoe to go to bed with no snow on your deck and wake up with 3 or 4 feet of snow on your deck. It was not abnormal at all. It was awesome. You had to get used to it, but boy, was it awesome. 1,300 mobs. We're a little on the high side on this one. Go, overcharge. The map still... I mean, this build runs at a decent clip, but the map still takes a little while to run. Now, this, of course, is not a spawn camp. It would be way quicker with DSTs. Everything is quicker with DSTs, you know? DSTs for the win. I guess, what's up, man? How you doing? Sleepy as always? Well, I mean, it's what? Ow. 9:51. It's like 3:30 in the morning in Greece, isn't it? Or is it later than that? It's like 3 a.m. or something? 3:30 a.m.? I mean, so that's quite understandable. Oh, it's Finland. I thought you were in Greece. Well, DSTs, when you overcharge boost them, their pews are pretty ridiculous. 6 hours till alarm. Oof. Oh, you always lived in Finland. I don't know why I was thinking you lived in Greece. I'm old and losing it, Takis. Don't know where I got that from my imagination. They have the same rate cap, but the DSTs have the range, plus they got the instant projectile with no travel time. It's a seriously noticeable difference. Like, heavily, heavily noticeable. DSTs get the better side of runes, too, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of people will be pretty stoked about that Wisp rune. But the Wisp rune is an explosion whenever the Wisp goes to a new target. The DST is an explosion every shot. So both of them are huge, you know, without a doubt. They both got a nice big fat rune coming. But the DST one is a little bit better, in my opinion. But if you did a DST build, additionally, you wouldn't go with all these R stacks. You would use more DSTs. In fact, you would use one R stack. You would just put a stack right here, and then all of the rest of the DU goes into DSTs. So that's what? 8 and 6, 14, that's 17. And then 14, that's 31 DU. So that's 4 extra DSTs. All right, Takis, take it easy, man. Yeah, get you some sleep. It's late. It's only like 5:30 p.m. here, and it's like pitch black outside. Just dark, dark. We had that daylight savings time, daylight savings time change this morning. So it's an hour earlier here now than what it would have been a week ago. I just feel like they should get rid of that. I don't know. I know that there was a benefit to it back in the day, but now I don't think there's a big benefit to the whole daylight savings time thing anymore. I think Mexico just got rid of it. They said that like border towns are going to respect it or whatever, just so it's in the same time as the counterpart across the border, but or maybe they didn't get rid of it yet, but they voted to get rid of it or something like that. I don't know. I don't know exactly. Well, it is going to be a 20-minute run here, but we got some pretty trashy mob spawns, too. How many skelly lanes we got? We got 4 skelly lanes, 5 skelly lanes. Woo! You might have an LT build for Alk Labs that isn't super slow on the PTR or right now. You're all jacked up about the LT rune, huh? That thing's gonna be awesome. I hope it doesn't get gutted too bad too. It's another one that I kind of expect to see a change to it, and I'm just hoping it's not completely gutted. Oh, on live. Nice, nice. Well, we can queue it up here after this one if you want. Will it hold 4 players? Maybe still testing it? Well, I mean, it'll hold 4 active players, I'm assuming. Well, we can do it next time if you want, after you get it dialed in a little bit more. Well, I mean, that's always the case, right? You get an active group of players, it's like the dream. It just clears maps. You know, the build, there's so much versatility in the build. You get 4 active players, and, you know, the build is going to be... You're going to just be able to do whatever you want. Such a huge, huge thing. In such a rarity. Yeah. I mean, just no fun in that, though, is the problem. I like the building part. For me, that's the real draw of the game. We can all join up and go play some Warframe if we want to just go mow mobs down, you know? But yeah, you're right, you could. Certain maps, anyway. I tell you, on this map, DSTs are just so tremendously faster. We got a lot of travel going on with these wisps. It's like I'm not buffing some of them, too. Looks like these front two on this side right here are not getting the buff. It looks like it's on that one, but it's not on the first two on that side. So, yeah, bad buff beam placement even. Ew. You're down to try the Alkalab build? Alrighty. We get through this one, I'll remake the group, send you an invite. Making me work. Fusion armor gives you your defenses, the fusion element. Each armor set affects a different defense. Your first slot through your fifth slot on your defenses. And then in some cases gives them some other benefit. Like a strength drain aura, for example. A fused strength drain aura also gives some armor stripping. I'll dump it on Archangel. But the moral to the story there, Fane Films, is fusion armor is the end game grind. That's where you'll spend all your time once you get through all the game's base progression. Like, we're looking for guard boots right here. It's guaranteed that they drop, but where are they? Oh, they're over here. Oh, wow. Wow. Yay. I think that's one of the better pair of guard boots I've ever gotten. Could use a much higher roll, of course, but having percent damage and defense rate? Oh, yeah, we'll take that. I got loot, y'all. It finally happened. It finally happened. I got loot. Alright, so I'm going to remake the group here, y'all. I do apologize. Only one run. But I want to get Aramir in a group so he can show off his LT build. What is that craziness? I got loot. What? Phil must not be paying attention. Ooh, he's online right now. I'm not gonna out him and tell you guys what game he's playing. But Phil is playing a game right now. I don't see you online, Aramir. Here you go. See if it'll let you join me. Yeah, guard is defense 2. It makes guard kind of a hot item, to be honest. Oh, there we are. There's Aramir. Derp. I sent you an invite. I'll be a proper DPS and won't Actually, that map is so good to have the clearing. Let's grab a grab a bomber. We'll play this map with a bomber. It is 3, right? Missing a stat. Oh, damn. Your LT's putting out some damage, man. That's 3 million against that dummy. Huh. That's pretty good. Pretty damn good. All right, let's do it. You said Alk Labs. Endless Spires is a slow one for sure. Some of the faster ones you would expect, like, say Ancient Mines or Deeper Well. You just expect those to run fast. But like Glitterhelm was the second fastest map out of all of them for me, making it to 100. Out of all of them, it's the second fastest. That's crazy. Who would have thought? You know? Even with that slow build time and everything. It all went to Archangel. There we go. Needs a pack mule to hold 300 plus items. I tell you what, man. I hope that we get that tavern stash here at some point. All right, so what do we got? We got electric and snares. Oh, wow. You're going to put LTs up there. That's bold. I remember when... back in the day, we used to put LTs up there, but they got smacked all the time. Bill's already said that that could potentially become an Antoine. I mean, not soon or like in the next update or anything. But he's talked about that as being a possibility several times. So we got 4 LTs over here with an electric and a snare. And then we're going to have 1 on each outside lane. Yeah, we'll have like a stash or a locker or something in the tavern that we're going to be able to store stuff on. Reggie, thank you so much, man. Oh yeah, still at it. Still at it, indeed. Thank you an absolute ton. Yeah, gotta do that survey, y'all. Anyone on the PTR, you get your choice of item. There's a bunch of choices at the end of the survey. You select which item you would prefer to receive. So it's pretty cool that Phil left it like that too. Like, I've already got all the other PTR items, so I only had one choice, but I did have a choice. Where in like the last PTR, there was the first 3 items to be given away, and I didn't get a cosmetic from it because I already had them all from other PTRs. But yeah, it's cool the way he's doing it. I still think with an update, I'll keep on saying it in hopes that he does something about it before the PTR is over. But I think for an update this big, it would have been very beneficial if all the runes would have just been unlocked for us. Because, like, there's still runes I don't have yet. And I would love to put testing in, but I've grinded it way too much for being a PTR. You know? If we had all of those runes unlocked already and didn't have to grind for the runes, I think he would have gotten an enormous amount of feedback back on the runes. And since it's such a big system, it's never too late, Phil. Unlock runes. Hashtag unlock the runes. Get it trending on Twitter, y'all. Yeah, right. But yeah. I mean, there's runes I want to test, you know? But let's be honest. If you're going to test it, you got to test it at the godly tier. Testing it at low level is just going to get low level results, you know? Oh, I think there will be lots more cosmetics, Reggie. I think the current state is Phil just trying to get a handle on where the game is and creating a good base for its future direction. And then there will definitely be cosmetic type up rewards or cosmetic type DLC added in. Without a doubt. I mean, they have to, right? So, yeah, I'm hoping they do something soon. I want Phil to be able to keep working on it, you know? So it'd be nice if they had some sort of revenue stream for DDA besides what's already there. Just to keep Phil at it a little harder. I mean, I think he's getting a lot of good base work done, and further updates it'll be easier for us to get more content in the future with what he's got set up now. Cobalts hit so damn hard. Like if each wave had a 1% drop chance? Yeah. I mean, the thing is with that is that's in forever. That was a Halloween event. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for that wave. You know, obviously that was part of the Halloween event, but that's added into the game and permanent now. So even though it's a 1% drop chance, like a year from now, every single one of us is going to have all of them. Just because they're going to hit the market and, you know. So, I mean, I understand it being super rare, but I think the real struggle there was not even that it had that rarity. The struggle was there was literally nothing else to get on the map. So, like, if it would have been a good place to grind for gold, a lot of people would have done it. If there was, say, like a special weapon or whatever that had the chance of dropping at a high level, then people would have grinded it more. I think that just the cosmetics alone are nice, but I think it needed a regular grindable item or currency or whatever. Like, even if it was really good gold, you know, say you got 50 billion gold for completing it or something like that. Yeah, that's too much because it's so fast. But say you got like a big gold reward for completing it, it would be well worth grinding, you know? But since there's nothing else there, you know? I mean, I hope eventually there's special challenge mode weapons where we want to do challenges, you know? But, I mean, if it would have been worth... Right now, I've been grinding gold in preparation for trading upcoming several nights a week. So, I mean, I would have done those. I would have kept grinding for the cosmetics. I haven't gotten any of them. But I also haven't tried to get any of them in a long time. I'm not sure where I'm at. We'll have to see the next thing that drops. Nothing is selling off here. All this loot on the ground, you think some stuff would have... Well, it's just that so many of those items drop. You know, where, say, you know, say there's a 1% chance. It's actually going to be way lower than that. But just say for ease of math that there was a 1% chance of high rolled fusion piece dropping from an enemy. Well, there's going to be like a 10% chance... Or say there's a 1% chance of a fusion piece dropping. Well, the rest of the items are all... The other 99% is all non-fusion pieces. So we get... You know, we just see so many more chances at the drop, you know? That's why we see so many higher quality base pieces. The difference in drops is tremendous. It's probably not 1%. It's probably more than that. I don't know. It's probably maybe 2% of the total overall drops will be a fusion piece. I don't know. But yeah, I think I'm over 50 trillion now. I'm either over it or I'm really close to it. One of the two. I got 2/3 of the amount as Aramir, probably. maybe not even that much. I'm usually around the 2/3 of Aramir mark with the gold. Let's see. Oh, I got 51 trillion now. So yeah, the gold saving is coming along nicely. The Jin are the only problem with this one. Now that's 4-player too. I'm sure 1 or 2-player the Jins just die off to the LTs. You just gotta do your sanity a favor, Reggie, and don't look at those pieces. Because you know you're not going to use any of them anyway, right? Because you're going to want fusion sets. Until they make some sort of a change there. I don't look at anything that's non-fusion unless it's 105. I still loot the 105 stuff because I want to see the big numbers. But I don't look at any of this other junk. But you see, I see a few. I mean, I definitely see a few. Well, I mean, it can't. If it just has that, then you're just going to be missing out. I mean, tower damage alone won't get it, you know? Like, you still got to have power. You still got to have rate. And ideally, you still have range. But yeah, I hear you. Those pieces are super rare. I found one earlier. Right before you showed up. Maybe it knew you were coming. I found some guard boots with % damage and rate. And all 4 stats. It was this kind of a low roll. It hits some pretty hard diminishing returns super early, Benjamin. But it's still worth, if that's what you're doing on that apprentice, to put the points into ability. Assuming you're talking about an overcharge apprentice to buff. You do get benefit out of it by having higher points, even though the diminishing returns on it is harsh. This boss gonna get some spinning and grunting on him, huh? 3 squires and a monk. Oh man, the spinning's gonna be real. I mean, just see if you're dying without the vitality is the thing. I mean, there's never anything wrong with putting your points into vitality. But if you're not dying without it, then you just didn't need it, is the thing. But Yeah, I mean, that's just a go-to. That's a go-to for lots of heroes, is just dump it into Vitality. I don't take very much damage on my Overcharge Apprentice, but I don't run around with it. I sit there and buff stuff, and that's it. You know? Your fire means nothing to me, Demon Lord. I think that's going to be a beast of a build when the runes come, Aramir. I mean, I almost want to say, have you tried 3 here? Or 2 there, and then go 2, 2, 2? Figure you got 6 LTs. Or are you thinking for that overcharge rune on these sides? Or I guess you got the R's in that too. So you wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, I mean, it seems like a pretty solid build. I'm sure it's going to just wreck with the when runes hit. Fort and rate. Decent rolls too. Maybe that'd be good from a Waller. What else did we have? Little kitty cat. Nope. No love on the kitty cat. And then... Meh. Minor gloves. Not terrible. But yeah, good looking build. Alright, y'all. That is going to get it for me for today. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I do appreciate it an absolute ton. Next couple of days, I'm going to have the day off from streaming, but I will have some content here on the YouTube channel, so definitely swing on back by. But anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for tonight, though. So everyone have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you all next time. Take it easy, y'all.